Hi there everyone. I'm going to be doing another Jund video. Haven't made a video in quite a while. Just had various things going on and haven't really had the time to squeeze one in. But now I do. So hopefully I can start doing these a little bit more frequently. But I'm excited to get this done. So this is going to be a ManaTraders Qualification video for the November series. I already had this metagame breakdown up already. So this is what the format is looking like right now, at least from a top 15 perspective. This is not going to be completely representative of what we expect to see, given that that data is mainly from leagues, and this is a more competitive type of event. So we'll take it with an even lighter grain of salt than we would usually. But let's just jump right into it. Alright, so to qualify within 10 matches, we need to be 7-3 or better. To qualify within 20 matches, I believe we need to be like 16-4 or better, or 14-6 or better. Yeah, this looks like a keeper. Opponent also revealing Loris. So I suppose I'll go Stomping Ground on 1, play Channeler, play Bobble. And then next turn I'll be able to Renin 6 off of Peatland and then buy back the Mire. I do not need a redundant copy of Renin 6. Worst versus a discard spell, but we don't know if the opponent is playing discard or not, and having a second Renin 6 is pretty dead, assuming they don't have the first discard spell. Also, getting a walker into the yard is nice for the channeler, given that it's probably one of the harder things to get into the yard. And they do have the Thoughtseize. Alright. Gotta assume there goes the Ren. Alright, let's bobble the opponent. They've got a channeler on top. So this looks like it's probably something along the lines of the mirror. I suppose it could still just be straight black-red. Ragavan's a nice one. I might want to just dash that to get in the hit. I don't have a way to achieve the Delirium quite yet. So I guess what I'll do is I'll probably just play Urza Saga, and then next turn I can start activating it to make some constructs. I could play Saga, play Spellbomb, and just play out the Ragavan. That would make future discard spells worse, and given that the opponent probably has many of them in their deck, doesn't seem super unattractive. I already have a thing in play that they have to deal with. The issue is, I guess, if they've got a Renin 6, I guess I'll just be able to kill the Renin 6. So yeah, maybe not that big of a concern. Yeah, I'll Urza Saga. That trigger will resolve. Let's do this. We've got another monkey on top. I'm gonna bin it. That'll grow the channeler up to a 3/3, which will insulate it versus Renin 6. And again, I could just hold up the Spellbomb here, but I want to make the opponent's discard worse. They don't know about Basic Forest. Alright, Pluto Delta, so maybe not Jund, maybe more likely just a mirror. Or black red, looks like Grixis. They do not yet have Delirium, only 2 types towards it. Unholy Heat that. So if we can somehow dodge a type off of the top, we can Spellbomb. Unfortunately, we do not. Alright, but I mean, I'm just going to start using this Urza Saga. Bolt is a good draw, but I do not think I want to forego activating Saga. I will attack first. They may even want to just block here. They'll be at 6 if they don't block. So this looks like a block from the opponent. They don't know about the forest, but I do think I'm going to play it anyway because I get to save the life. So at the end of the turn, I'll make a Saga token, which will be a 2/2 because of Spell Bomb. I'll just ditch the Nurturing Peatland. So I've taken myself away from having black mana by doing it this way. Make a thing. And the constructs are going to be attacking as 4/4s after I put a permanent into play with the Saga, which should be nice. Alright. Let's activate this. Then what do I get here? I guess it's Shadow Spear or a Bauble, or I guess Nile Spellbomb. Nile Spellbomb deals with the Kroxa and their Channeler, so that's got to be the pick. Play the land. I'll let them block if they want to block. I just have a Bolt as a leftover anyway, and now I get to get rid of... I guess I should do this upkeep. If I do it now, my construct is just going to die. So I will do it upkeep. I guess while they're tapped out, I'll sacrifice this. Get more red. Alright, so then in your upkeep, Spell Bomb targeting you. Get my card. Not bad. They're at 3 cards, which is not a lot, but presumably they can do something from here. Alright, 1 card left. If their last card's Kolaghan's Command, they do get to wipe my board. Okay, they're just putting Luris to hand. Makes sense. So we actually do just have lethal here though, right? We get to attack the opponent, hit them down to 5, and then we can both Bolt and Spellbomb them with our 2 red. So Grixis Luris versus Jund's Luris. Except we've got Saga. Saga feels like it's got to be a pretty big boon in the matchup, but I'll have to be careful of things like Alpine Moon. So Abrupt Decay just as a versatile removal spell that kills literally every permanent in the opponent's deck, and then additionally a way to kill Blood Moon seems good. I do not think I want the discard in the deck, so I'll do what I can to take them out. Explosives seem good. The spell bombs also seem good. The opponent doesn't have any planeswalkers that I'm super worried about, I don't think. So maybe I don't need the needle. Terminate just as a 1-for-1 might also be good. I feel like pretty much anything is going to be better than a discard spell. Kolaghan's Command's got to be excellent though, just as a nice grindy piece. So maybe Terminate just really isn't needed. All of my removal kills just about everything in their deck. So yeah, maybe Terminate is just the weakest removal spell. This looks to be okay to me. Let's give it a shot. So I'm gonna try my best to use my Abrupt Decays last. I think because I can save them as the answer to something like an Alpine Moon. Although maybe using them first is correct, to minimize the chances of getting Veil of Summered. I mean, we've got 1-drop and Wrenn and 6. Seems good. Channeler, okay. So ideally they don't get Delirium by the time I can ping it, but it looks like they will probably get there. If I find the removal spell here, I'll probably just use it immediately. Mountain is a bad draw. So if I intend on Ren and 6ing next turn, if I can't kill the Channeler, I'm going to want to make sure I can put a land in the yard. Which means if I play Mountain, go Sagavan here, next turn I'd have to Fetch Shock Overgrown Tomb. It's probably fine. I can't Overgrown Tomb now. I guess I could... Yeah, I can't Overgrown Tomb now. I could try to Scry Trick here. Yeah, let's do it. Because I guess I could Fetch Shock a Blood Crypt. It'd be a more painful way to do it. Unholy Heat is on top. Probably want that. Yeah, so they also know about this Mountain. So I'll just go ahead and use it. Botsies. Oh, push. Okay. I guess knowing I'd seen the Unholy Heat, an option was to just pass, draw the Unholy Heat, and then Unholy Heat their thing before they draw a card. But I like putting pressure into play. This Heat's likely to be able to kill their Channeler at some point anyway. Alright. So they have instant artifact land in their yard. I don't think there's anything that they could play that would prevent this from dying to the Ren and 6. So I think I'm just gonna go for it. I haven't played in a second, so there's a chance I get blown out by something new. But assuming this works, we'll be in a decent spot. Cool. Could hold the bobble for if I find a Channeler. But my hand is kind of soft, so I think I'd rather dig to action sooner rather than later. We do have this Luris that I'll have to remember about. I wonder if the opponent is playing the card Death's Shadow. I know that's not super uncommon. It's just Luris to hand. We do have the heat for it. It's Kolaghan's command to buy back a Channeler. Yeah. Having the backup Ren and 6 is nice. They are in fact playing the card Death Shadow. Good to know. Monkey. Cool. And a Saga. Wow. So I could, if I am afraid of the shadow, dash Sagavan to clear it off of the top. I cannot unfortunately play it. I guess I could play it just to put it into the opponent's yard. Honestly, I'm pretty light on ways to kill a Death Shadow, so I do think I actually want to dash a Monkey. Alright, so we'll play the Saga. I will dash the Monkey, and then with the treasure, I'll play the Ren and 6. Alright. We are ahead slightly. I mean, if the opponent just like goes threat here, I could easily fall behind. Yep. They're still just instant land artifact. Creature. Yep. So the Ren and 6 can still just kill this Channeler as is. Do I go for it? I guess they could be baiting a lightning bolt. It's curious. I mean, I should probably just go for it. Free cards are free cards. An extra land doesn't really mean that much to me at this point. If they put an instant into their yard, that doesn't actually change the size of this thing. Let's go for the free card and see if it works. Okay. So I am 1 off of Delirium. They have the Tarn in play, so they can make their Shadow a 7/7 at will. I think what I'm gonna do is shock a Blood Crypt, play a Monkey, hold up Interaction or an Urza Saga. Yeah. Monkey. Alright, pass. And then when they attack with the Death Shadow, I wonder if I should just throw the Ragavan in front of it, or if I should activate the Saga and throw that in front. I think I'm going to let the Monkey just die. They're attacking the Wrenn and 6. It's probably worth saving because I can buy back the Saga and replay the Saga, and Saga is pretty potent. Let's block. This will also add creature to the yard, which means we can maybe Unholy Heat the Shadow as an option. Oh, wow. Looks like it's an option. This is just about the only time where I'll be able to, though. Actually, no, there was already creature in the yard. So yeah, I can't do it. Let's just go ahead and make my thing. Say okay. Trigger. In response. The opponent didn't put Luris into their hand, so they've got to have something to do, right? What do I want here? Interestingly, they didn't shock, which leaves their Shadow within Spellbomb range. Or sorry, within Unholy Heat range. And we will have Unholy Heat on Delirium. I'm thinking I want to Spellbomb. Let's get a Spellbomb. I can then attack for 3. I take Delirium out of the yard by plussing the Wrenn and 6 now. I suppose I could lead on trying to Unholy Heat. I guess Snapcaster is a consideration, but if they have Snapcaster, I can just pop the Spell Bomb. Let's lead on attack. They already had a window to kill the Wrenn and 6. Dress down. So that will kill my constructs. I guess this would be the window to try for the Unholy Heat. If they've got a Drown on the lock, it's unfortunate. But it is what it is. Okay. I could have Spellbombed myself to counter the Drown, which I didn't think about and maybe should have done. Although that would have taken the Delirium off of Heat, so that actually doesn't work the way I want it to. Get back Saga. And I actually think I'm going to play the Bloodstained Mire here. Let's let this thing sacrifice. This timing could be bad for reasons of Snapcaster and Kolagon's command, but I have to force the issue at some point. So I'd rather do it when the opponent has one less chance to have it in their hand, which would be after their draw step. They don't really have a meaningful creature to buy back at the moment. I guess they have Channeler, but I'm not too afraid of that, given that I can both Kolaghan's Command and maybe Wrenn and 6 if they want to attack me. Glyph's a good find. Yep, attacking the Wrenn makes sense. They have the land, which they shock. Interesting. There's the Channeler. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do here is play a Tarmogoyf and use the Kolaghan's Command. I am dead to another dress down, so maybe I should just have the opponent discard a card. Alternatively, I could buy back a Sagavan, but I can't play it this turn anyway, and I'm not really going to have a shortage of threats given that I've got the Saga, so I think I like having the opponent just discard a card. So we'll do target player discards a card, 2 to a target. You'll discard 2 here. We're aware that Lurrus is a possibility in the future, so I'll be careful of that. Is it a bolt? Oh, they're heating to surveil. Suppose that's kind of free. They kept it on top, which is for sure scary. Alright, and they knew about at least one Urza Saga from the Wrenn and 6 era. There's a Glyph. So I do die to a dress down, which is, sorry, not to a dress down, to a dress down if I don't block. So they did surveil to the top. They've used, I think, 1 already. So we know they've kept some number in the deck. They liked the card on top. If they've got it, they've got it. I suppose Battle Rage would also do it, but I don't really think they're playing Battle Rages these days. Spell Bomb. I suppose that's something that makes sense. Shrink the Glyph by a good amount. Lurrus to hand. Yep. Ooh, Abrupt Decay. That's a good one. So I could Abrupt Decay the Lurrus when it comes down, but I'm already needing to kill this anyway. I think what I'm going to do is just go ahead and Abrupt Decay now. They can't counter this, but I guess doing it now is kind of the same as doing it later. Like, I have to chump block this. I would have to chump block this anyway, so saving it for the Lurrus just isn't really an option. Then I will put the opponent to 3, and then now I've got the option of either creating a Saga token or putting Lurrus to hand. The Saga tokens feel like they're going to be better, because I don't really have anything in the yard to recur anyway. Like, if they go Lurrus plus Shadow here, I may be able to just go around it. I can use the Urza Saga to fetch for a Pyrite Spell Bomb and use the Spell Bomb to kill the Lurrus. Resolves. I'm going to assume they need to put a sizable threat into play. Shadow is just easily the biggest one. Although maybe they put a Channeler into play in hopes of digging towards more action off of the top. That appears to be the case. Oh, they just have another Shadow. Gotcha. Alright, well, these tokens are going to get big. Ooh, we found Kolaghan's Command. Does that have the opponent dead on board? We activate the Saga that's going away. Make this as a 3/3. Get Pirate Spell. Yeah, that has the opponent just dead. Alright, so I'll activate this. We get Pyrite. Then, right? I'm not being silly here, right? So I just have to get these two out of the way, and then I suppose this would have to have no blocker. Oh, so this doesn't work perfectly, right? I'm not being silly, am I? So I attack with both. I have to get this out of the way so there's no lifelink. They can chump. No, it doesn't work. If I do this first, these are no longer lethal. Oh, I'm just extremely silly. This goes to face, this goes to face. Don't know why that took me a second to get to. I'm like, oh no, it doesn't work. I can get them to 1, but I forget that, like, this just goes to face. Okay. Woo. The opponent has not revealed a companion. Well, this is a keep for sure. They've mulliganed to 5. I almost wonder, against no companion and a mulligan to 5, I almost want to just lead on an Inquisition as opposed to the Channeler. But I mean, leading on Channeler has to be great. Especially when against combo, the logic follows that you just want a quick clock, which getting a clock down sooner rather than later seems good. No companion plus Scalding Tarn makes me think it's a Cascade deck. Oh, it's Dredge. Okay. I think, given that it's Dredge, I just want to get a Tarmogoyf down because it's going to be a really, really quick threat. Although casting Inquisition could also be good, because if they've got something like a Cathartic Reunion or a similar effect, this could help prevent an explosion. Although even if they do kind of explode, Goyf as a quick attacker seems strong. So I think I'm leading towards just playing the Tarmogoyf. I do have a Spell Bomb in the main deck, which I can fetch with Saga, although it looks like, as far as fetching with Saga is concerned, it's a little bit too slow this game. So I think for the Spell Bomb to be relevant this game, I'm going to have to kind of just draw it. There goes one Creeping Chill. Alright, they haven't hit a Dredge card. They hit another Creeping Chill, but no Dredge card. Hopefully they don't have one of the 2-mana sorceries. No Dredge card off of the first 2 Shriekhorn activations is quite lucky, though. Alright. You got a Dredge card in your hand? No, it turns out. Alright. So far we've been very, very lucky. If I want to cast Inquisition and a Wrenn and 6, I need to use my Mire to get a Swamp, right? So I do this, I'd have to fetch Shock to play the Wrenn. So let's do it this way. Now, if the only thing I'm able to take is a card with Dredge, I will be sad. Another Goyf. I think I'm just going to bin it to contribute towards our Delirium. Wow, they found the reunion. Alright, well, we're taking it now for sure. And then, ideally, this hits Delirium for us, so we can get attacking. And it does. Okay. And then, I think I'm just going straight to face with these. Assuming they're playing Bloodghasts, their Bloodghasts do already have haste, so maybe consideration to not attacking with some number of creatures. But that doesn't seem very good. Dark Blast and Otherworldly Gaze is cool. Hit another chill. There's the third chill. I guess they don't actually have the mana to cast Dark Blast. Otherworldly Gaze is pretty cool out of Dredge. They put City of Brass, and a Narcomoeba into play to trigger Prized Amalgam. I can use the Renin 6 to ping the Narcomoeba to continue to get in, which seems to be the plan. So let's do that here. And then let's play the next Renin 6, which will add Planeswalker to the yard and give me another Surveil. Monkey. So there's already a creature in the yard. So we can attack for 7 here. I guess 2 Renin 6 pings makes that 16. Do I want a monkey just as a blocker? I don't think so. I mean, I guess they could attack the Renin 6, which means that monkey could be a haste attacker to get through. Would I need a haste attacker? So this Renin 6 pings the opponent, puts them to 15. I attack for 7, put them to 8. But then I can only put them to 5. I put them to 3 next turn by hitting them for 5, assuming they chump the Goyf. I think I want to just find like a removal spell. This monkey doesn't seem excellent. So I will elect to keep the new one. I forgot that this does put Walker in the yard. I could leave back the Tarmogoyf. There's only 1 Creeping Chill left in the deck, which means that they can only put me to 1, short of a Bloodghast, which I haven't seen. I'm going to attack both and threaten killing the opponent. Because I do just kill them next turn. And there's only 1 Creeping Chill left. And they'd have to hit it to put me to 1. A pretty fortunate draw for us from the opponent. But not guaranteed to be across the finish line yet. The opponent could just play the Narcomoeba from their hand. What have they found? This is a Cathartic Reunion? Not a Cathartic Reunion. I guess it could be Cathartic Reunion. I guess it could also be a the X spell. Ox, yeah. Ox is also a valid play. Alright, so they're off to the races now. Luckily, they won't be triggering their Ghoul or their Amalgams, which there are 3 of now. I found all of the Amalgams. So I put them to 4 if I put the Narcomoeba out of the way. I guess they could have to chump block. Alright, let's see. So they're going to attack almost definitely, right? No? Okay. I guess that makes sense, because if we were to find a removal spell, we could threaten a kill. So I can ping the Narcomoeba out of the way, hit for 3. It's got to be the plan, right? Yeah. I'll leave Goyf back to block. I guess if I attack both, they just block with the Amalgam. It doesn't really achieve anything. They could hit me down to 2, and then if they find the last chill, I'm dead. So let's just do this. I'll play the next turn in 6 as a Surveil and as a ping. Shadow Spear. Well, assuming I get to my next turn, Shadow Spear is going to be good. Sure. I mean, I guess they're kind of dead anyway. Ping. So I need to avoid something silly. Because, like, I can block the Ox, take 3. If they find the other chill, I go to 1. Shadow Spear means that if they put another Narcomoeba into play, I can trample through it for a kill. Even if they kill the Wrenn and 6 somehow. They're just going face. So we'll say, okay, go to block. They do have access to Dark Blast. Oh, I guess they flipped the Conflagrate. Oh, flipping the Conflagrate kills me. They have 4 cards in hand already. Unfortunate. Maybe there was a way to not lose as much life through my lands, because I definitely could have maybe been less aggressive with my mana base. But yeah, they just have to shoot me for 4 since they found the Conflagrate. Yep. The Shadow Spear was 1 turn too slow. Alright, so we're playing against Dredge. Dredge. Spell Bombs for sure. Those are the only, I guess, slam dunk things that I would want. I guess Torp Orb is actually useful, right? Creatures enter the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. So like this would prevent prized amalgams from coming back. That's about it, but I mean, if it stops 4 of a card that they're pretty likely to see, that's probably good enough. I guess it also stops Ox of Agonis from going off. Sure. Thoughtseize is also a consideration. Taking their enabler early may be important. Kolaghan's Command doesn't seem excellent. Interesting. Yeah. I guess Wrenn and 6 is probably on the weak side. We saw 3 of it and didn't win. I guess like the removal is also probably on the weak side, but having a few of them might be alright. Sure. Close one. We were supposed to lose game 1 unless we have our fast Urza Saga into a Spell Bomb, but we just did not have that kind of draw. Ooh, so we've got turn 2 Goyf, but nothing else. This has got to be a ship. This hand is significantly better. Let's keep, and then probably just bottom the Abrupt Decay. I can go turn 1 Blood Crypt into Ragavan, and then on the following turn I can play my Urza Saga and use that to cast a Spell Bomb and hold up the activation. Opponent mulliganing to 5 again. Hopefully they're not mulliganing to like a Leyline of Sanctity. That would be very bad for my Nile Spell Bomb Inquisition hand. Alright. Blood Crypt casts my hand, so let's get that one. Please no Dark Blasts. If nothing silly happens here, we could be pretty good. Well, it's not Dark Blast. It could be Lightning Axe. Prismatic Ending. Okay. I guess I will cast Inquisition here. If I have to take a card with Dredge, I'll be sad. But if I take one other 2-mana payoffs, I'll be happy. They've got 2 Cathartic Unions. Alright, well, I'll take one of them. Play my Saga. And then obviously we would like to find the land sooner rather than later. Spellum can prevent something stupid happening with their reunion. They drew a Prismatic? Jeez. Well, I guess I'll pop it. It's a pretty good draw for the opponent. Alright. Would like to find the land. Okay. Play the land. And I'm probably just going to activate the Saga as opposed to putting Luris into hand, because I can't cast Luris next turn without a Saga, and I probably want to activate the Saga next turn as well. So, gonna really have to hope that their Cathartic Reunion is not nutty. At a minimum, they can put a Stinkweed Imp into the yard. Alright, so... Yep. They hit 2 Creeping Chills, 2 Narcomoebas. I could use an Unholy Heat to kill an Arachmoeba now, and I think I will. But I also really want to activate the Saga. I should probably just activate the Saga. But this is a clock that I have to be concerned about, right? Do I want to get a Forest? The thing is, Forest doesn't really cast anything meaningful other than Tarmogoyf. I really need to conserve my life, though. What do I draw? A Bobble. Bobble's okay. It's a way to attack for more sooner rather than later. I guess I could get a Shadow Spear. That could be a way to erase whatever they're doing. I could also get another Spell Bomb. They don't have anything in their yard that dredges yet, or any ways to get something into the yard that has dredge. Shadow Spear seems kind of smart. I can cast the Bobble so I can attack for 4 this turn. And then ideally I get to equip a Shadow Spear. Because like Spell Bomb here isn't even necessarily guaranteed to have a lasting impact. They don't have anything going as is. They've used 2 Prismatic Endings already. And I'm going to leave Spell Bomb in play for attacking purposes. It makes both my constructs a little bit bigger. Renin 6 is a good draw. I can start dealing with their board. But I'm already kind of low. I think I'd like to establish a good amount of pressure. Don't know what they could be leaving up here. Other than, I guess, Lightning Axe. Just Dark Blasting. That puts a Dredge card in the yard, but I mean I'm still pretty sizably attacking with lifelink. So they can Dredge 3 here. They've already used 2 of their Creeping Chills. They hit more Dredge cards, okay. Without a draw spell here, they can't do anything stupid at the moment. Cast an Archamoeba, okay. And if they attack here, I get to use my Renin 6 to kill the blocker, but they don't. Interesting. Alright, there's still just going to get this Renin 6 into play. ping one. Make them have to block forever. I could play a Tarmogoyf here just to apply even more pressure, which maybe I should do, because if they have something like an Ancient Grudge, that could pretty significantly stop my attacks. So maybe even just playing the Goyf would have been correct, but I mean, this seems good as well, because next turn we'll have a 0-mana way to guarantee our land drop and hold up a removal spell. Alright, going to game 3. Don't think I want anything brought in. I suppose explosives could be a pseudo sweeper. It's not really impressive though. I think I kind of have to just rely on what I've got. They did mulligan to 5 both first games, which was lucky. So we have 1 land. It casts most of our hand, and we have a spell bomb. If we hit a second land, this hand becomes very live. I think I'm going to keep. They've mulliganed once this time. Alright. Land? Okay, it's a land. I think I'm going to play the spell bomb over the Sagavan, because if they've got the 2-mana payoff, that could be the way they really start going. And I think I want to get Stomping Grounds. Well, obviously my hand's all red and my 1 Goyf. Stomping Ground means that I will not be able to pop the spell bomb for a card. But I think this is a lot more important than just making sure they don't do something ridiculously quick. Alright, so I am going to let them dredge and then use the spell bomb in response to any triggers. I mean, if they didn't trigger it, I don't actually have to use it yet. I can draw a card and get some info. Mire. Mire is nice. So now what I can do is I can play the Goyf and still hold up the spell bomb activation, or I could play the Mire, pop the spell bomb, draw the card, and play the monkey. But honestly, I think I want to get the Saga into play in order to more quickly get a backup spell bomb. And honestly, I don't think the card off the spell bomb is worth very much when I can guarantee get a Saga to get another spell bomb more quickly. So I think I like playing Saga, playing the Tarmogoyf, and playing and then popping spell bomb. And I'm gonna pop the spell bomb at the opponent's draw step, so that way if they dredge, that's more cards that they don't have access to. I want to do it in the draw step for sure, because I don't want them having an opportunity for Ox. I guess maybe letting them Ox wasn't even that big of a deal. Because if they Ox and then they discard their hand, I could then respond to all of the triggers. Doing this in the draw step is weird. I guess they would lose it otherwise. Although I guess that means they don't have any more Cathartic Reunion type effects. They have been to Nature's Claim. Hopefully they don't find another one for the Saga. That would be potentially problematic. They hit a chill. Okay. Goyf isn't really the best clock at the moment. We have only artifact and land. I guess I could bolt the opponent to add instant. Let the Goyf attack for more. I mean, between two bolts and a potentially hasty Ragavan, combining with the Goyf might get the opponent dead, which is the idea. So yeah, maybe a misstep doing this when I did. They do have a Nature's Claim. Okay, so we have a game. Inquisition, though. It's a good draw. I think what I want to do is get a Blood Crypt. I can cast Inquisition, which will add sorcery to the yard. And then I guess I just hope that I don't force myself to take a card with Dredge. I mean, they could have very easily put this on top, but like I said, when they cast their thing in response to the Spellbomb activation, the read was that they did not have a draw 3 on top, but they kept 2 cards on top, with the first being Nature's Claim. So they could just be poised to draw it. If they're poised to draw it, I'm thinking maybe I should just Ragavan them to exile their top card, and then I can still have the option of casting Inquisition off of the treasure that Ragavan creates. And then given that my hand is very, very red, I do think I want to get a red source here, but I also obviously want to get the black source, so I will shock and not be super happy about it. City of Brass was on top. So am I Inquisitioning or not? What are the things that I would be interested in taking? I guess Prismatic Ending is relevant. Draw 2 effects. Yeah, let's do it. They've got Dark Blast, Amalgam, Thug. Well, I'm not taking a Dredge card, so I guess I'm taking an Amalgam. Alright, so we really want to avoid the opponent drawing a Cathartic Reunion type effect. There are a handful still in the opponent's deck. Oh, they drew one. That or they're casting a Thug, but it looked like they had paused. Alright, just casting a Thug. I mean, that's a way to put a Dredge card in the yard, isn't it? Bobble. This is a 6/7. It's pretty large. We've got 2 bolts in hand. I think what I'm going to do here is Unholy Heat the Thug out of the way. Just cast a Ragavan. Attack for 6. It's like this thing is hitting the yard anyway. I suppose I could have bobbled first. This is not a May, so Amalgam will go to the top of the opponent's library. Which I guess means I should have for sure bobbled first, because now I'm just going to see the Amalgam. Alright, so a slight misstep there. I mean, I get to crunch for 6. There's already an artifact in the yard, so now popping the Spellbomb here doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Crunch. So they're going to bin an Amalgam by dredging this Thug. They found an Ox. Dark Blast? Oh, they're just casting this thug again. So they still have access to Dark Blast. I guess now we can look at their top card and have it be almost relevant. They've got another Dark Blast on top. I mean, I think they're still just dead. We can bolt the thug out of the way, connect with the Goyf, and then bolt them. You'll be forced to put either Amalgam or Ox on top. I guess you could also choose a thug. You'll Dark Blast the monkey, and then I will bolt you. Cool. A close game 1, but better games 2 and 3. The opponent has revealed Luris. This hand is acceptable. We've got 1-drop, 2-drop, and 2 ways to interact on the play. There's a monkey. Bobble's a good hit. We can do a scry trick in addition to trying to get the delirium. Alright, well, binning that for sure. I would love to be able to deploy this Tarmogoyf here, but if they have a way to get it out of the way, I am not able to attack. I guess the opponent is pretty likely to have discard spells in their deck, which incentivizes me to want to play this Tarmogoyf. I guess I could just not attack. They can't kill both of my things. That makes sense. So I will Forest and Goyf. If they try to heat, my heat already does not work on the Tarmogoyf, but if they try to bolt the Goyf, I can sacrifice the Bobble to add a type. And this also makes my hand pretty discard proof because my 2 cards are pretty redundant in their purpose. They've got Mire on top. I think my Goyf is going to be more important. It's less fragile. Wow, they didn't have a land. We do know they're drawing the land. They've got a Bloodstained Mire on top. Urza Saga is an interesting draw. Let's get that going, and then I guess just put Luris into hand. Get in for, what is it, 4? And then I don't think I'm actually going to be casting Luris anytime soon. I think I'm just going to try to get my value out of Urza Saga. Oh, and it's Grixis again. Dash. Okay. So they're generating mana one way or another. If they have the discard spell now, that would be a way to deal with the Luris. Luckily, Unholy Heat is not going to do a very good job of neutralizing Goyf. I guess they have 3 types. If they could Thoughtseize me, they could also do it, but they don't have the mana for that. They play a 2/2. And this comes back. We have drawn an Inquisition. Interesting. So what I think I want to do here is probably just kill the Death Shadow and activate Urza's Saga. Doing it now seems like the most appropriate timing. So I'll play the Foothills. I guess Heat kills this right now. Both can go face, although Holy Heat might have an easier time killing future shadows. I guess if I hit the opponent here for 4, if they have any fetch land, Unholy Heat doesn't kill a shadow anyway. So let me probably just use the Unholy Heat. Get my 2 damage in. And then I will activate the Saga on my opponent's turn. But until then, I can hold up Lightning Bolt if they like dash their Ragavan again. If they dash Ragavan again, I might just bolt it. Although I could also just activate Saga and throw that in front, which is, I guess, freer card-wise. Alright, they did find the land. So I'm going to want another black source for purposes of Luris. I guess another Blood Crypt is probably fine. Shock and Pass. Interesting. Suppose that has to mean Kolagon's command. Or I guess 2 things. So I'm going to get something that I'm not super afraid is going to get Kolagon's commanded. I could just not activate the Saga here. But if they have the Kolagon's command, that means I get to keep one of my artifacts. So this is still relatively free value. I guess even just Pyrite Spellbomb would make their life difficult. We're adding enchantment to the yard, so Goyf is already a kill on its own. Maybe I want to mess with their yard, assuming this is a Kolagon's command, because then Shadow could be problematic. Yeah, let's get Nihil Spellbomb. Land. Combat. Present lethal. So they are still just dead. Alright, so Grixis, Luris, Shadow. So Kolagon's command does a grindy piece, 2 more Nihil Spellbombs, Abrupt Decay, Engineered Explosives, and then out with all of the discard. I think that was the plan last time. Now that we know the opponent is playing a Death Shadow strategy, it may be correct to play a Terminate over a copy of Unholy Heat. Obviously, it costs more mana, but Terminate will almost always kill a Shadow, whereas Heat is less reliable at doing so. This seems fine. We do not have a way to interact on turn 1, but the rest of the hand is full of bangers. If the opponent has a turn 1 Ragavan, I'll be not excited. But otherwise, this hand seems great. Like, if they just play a Channeler on 1, I think I'm okay. If they play a discard spell on 1, I think I'm okay. I just don't want to see a monkey. Alright, there's the monkey. We have 2 looks at it. Beautiful. Okay. So, I guess I do get to Scry Trick here. Another Goyf. I'm not really short on threats. I think I want to find cheap ways to interact. And I suppose, I guess I should have done this as my opponent attacked, because now they have the option of dashing a Sagavan. Yeah. No, here's the discard spell, right? Yep. Well, if they don't give themselves Delirium, they have to take this run in 6. They'll have sorcery, land, creature. They kept the card on top. Yeah, so they're taking Ren in 6. Terminate. Terminate's a good one. I mean, Tarmogoyf is just really, really big. So let's get one of those into play. They're at 12 already. As far as I'm aware, short of something like Collective Brutality, which I don't think they would bring in, they don't really have ways to gain life. Tarmogoyf is already out of Unholy Heat range, which is exciting. They've got the Delirium now. So one of the things I'm concerned about now is a Death's Shadow, although we've got the Terminate for it. They didn't play a Shadow, which is exciting. I suppose I should lead on an attack for 6. Would playing a Goyf in some way add a type? Does not appear to. There aren't any tribals or enchantments that I'm thinking would hit the yard at instant speed. Let's go to attack. I suppose they can still fairly easily kill a Tarmogoyf if they got access to Fatal Push here. But if they don't, I'm going to have 2 lethal threats in play, which feels like a lot for them to deal with. I guess they could interact with a graveyard as a way to shrink a Goyf, but I mean, this is a substantial clock. We've got Planeswalker, instant, land, artifact. So if they hit our yard, Goyf would still be artifact, sorcery, land, creature. So they would still be 4 apiece, no matter which yard they hit, which means their fetching is turned off. We've got Terminate to clear a blocker out of the way. This is feeling like a very good position. There's a Shadow. I mean, that has to attack, though. So even if they have Drown in the lock, even if they have a Drown on the lock, we still just kill them. Sacrificing here means that Death Shadow is a lethal threat, but I'm fairly certain we're just going to be presenting lethal. Another Goyf, yeah. So if they do have the Drown here, it just won't matter. They have to deal with both Tarmogoyfs. And remember, this card was an Unholy Heat, which would not have worked, assuming they also have a Drown. Alright, so that I guess that sideboarding decision paid off. We're so far 3-0. See you in the next one. Alright, let's go first. The opponent has not revealed a companion, but we've got multiple threats and multiple ways to interact, even if the opponent doesn't have creatures themselves. All in all, a pretty solid hand. Let's lead on Monkey. Basic forest, huh? Utopia Sprawl. So, looks like red-green mid-range. Another discard spell. So, basic forest is going to be pretty important versus the Blood Moon deck. I would really like to go Dragon's Rage Channeler into a discard spell. But I guess before I make any rash decisions, I can just go ahead and attack with Monkey, see what it flips, and get my treasure. Hit Utopia Sprawl. So this only enchants a forest. I could actually enchant my basic forest. So what I can do here is I can play the Channeler, use this on green, enchant my forest after fetching forest, name black. Yeah, I really want to get my forest, and I wanted this Channeler to get into play first. Alright, so yeah, let's get a forest, snow-covered forest. I can then play the Channeler. I can enchant my forest using... I guess I could use itself and not have the mana go away. Then this will name black. Don't need basic mountain. So now I have both green and black mana, even through a potential Blood Moon. And then I can Inquisition. Urza's Saga. If the opponent has multiple copies of Blood Moon, this isn't great. I've already got plenty of threats. Let's just put it in the yard and contribute towards Delirium. They do have the moon. Alright, well, they also have Fury, but no red card with which to cast it. So if they draw a red card, it will be unfortunate. But I mean, this Fury is almost always gonna just get me anyway. If I can Thoughtseize. All right, they found a Ren and 6 for the Fury. Brutal. All right, so now we know these Thoughtseizes don't really do much of anything. So this turn I have the option of deploying Tarmogoyf or just putting Lurrus to hand. If I put Lurrus to hand, next turn I'll have 5 mana. I can both play Goyf and Lurrus. I guess I can't if I don't draw a land. Let's just get the Goyf into play. It's pretty large. Light up the stage. Interesting. Land and a sprawl. Well, as far as a draw 2 could have gone, it's probably the best case that could have happened for me. Really strange to have light up the stage in what it appears to be red-green mid-range. They've played the forest from their hand. Or I guess no, that forest is still in their hand. Sorry. We have perfect information. So there's not actually an instant in the yard yet. If the opponent puts a Fury into play, I can Unholy Heat the Fury. Oh, that's bad for me. Like, just to put an instant in the yard to grow it past the Fury. I guess Fury does 4, not 5. For a second, I thought it did 4. Renin 6, annoying. Not fantastic at this stage, though. Buyback Stomping Ground, yeah. So there's one card that I do not know about. I think I'm going to Unholy Heat now. That means if I draw a mana source, I can Thoughtseize and Luris and cast a creature. I'll just Unholy Heat the Pyromancer because I could always attack the Renin 6. Just another Tarmogoyf. Another Tarmogoyf is fine. In fact, it's probably preferable to a Luris. I mean, I guess Luris plays Channeler, but Goyfs are much harder to kill. Let's see what their last card is. See if it's a spell that we care about. And it is. Alright, so their hand is still just Stomping Ground. If I attack the opponent for 5, I can play another Goyf. We have 2 lethal threats. They're forced to spend all of their mana chump blocking with Seasoned Pyromancer forever. Alright, so red-green mid-range. I suppose there's a number of planeswalkers that Pithing Needle may be good for. Honestly, though, none of my sideboard cards are particularly exciting. I guess, like, Torpor Orb stops Seasoned Pyromancer from triggering. But that's just about it, right? It doesn't seem super exciting. I might just keep this. Maybe I should bring in things that make me less troubled towards Blood Moon. What's up, puppy? But honestly, this deck is, like, kind of set up alright towards Blood Moon already. I could bring in Decay as another out towards Renin 6 and Blood Moon, but if I'm casting Decay, then maybe Blood Moon isn't that much of a problem, although I could definitely see it being better than something like Kolaghan's Command. I guess I could always float mana in response to Blood Moon and then use the Decay. Maybe Explosives is important. Explosives has to be better than, like, just random discard spells, right? Thoughtseize is probably better because it can take things like Fury and whatever gobbledygook they've got at the top of the curve. Let's do this. Just more answers to Blood Moon, albeit not great ones. Kolaghan's Command just doesn't seem that great versus the opponent. Not really going to kill much. I guess if they're playing Ragavans of their own, it's a 3-mana way to kill a Ragavan. But that's not super exciting. Yeah. So we've got our way to get basic Swamp, but I think basic Forest is going to be more important in general. Another Goyf. So if the opponent has Renin 6 here, I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle. But there's not much I can do to get around it. So what I think I'm going to do is play Blackleaf Cliffs, deploy a 1-drop. I think I would prefer I keep my Ragavan alive, because Ragavan can produce colors, but versus future copies of Renin 6, Channeler could eventually have 3 toughness. So since Channeler may be more durable later, I think I should lead on Monkey. And then hope they don't have the Renin 6 to ping and get their Ragavan through. Bolt and Unholy Heat would do a similar trick. But then next turn, I can ideally get a Tarmogoyf into play to start stonewalling their Monkey. Don't think they want to cast an Explosives. I guess they could cast it for 0 for literal free. Not really a reason to not to. It deals with Urza Saga tokens. Goyf of their own. Okay. Alright, and that's a decent draw. That's going to enable me to get my basic forest to make Blood Moon less of a concern. And then I'll be careful of the opponent having their own run and sixes. If I block the Goyf, and then they then have the option of pinging my Goyf, which is not ideal. I'm feeling pretty significantly behind. There's the moon. Alright, so Urza Saga, no longer a card. At least they don't have an attack here. Bobble. Fine draw. So I can play my Channeler. Cast my Bobble, Surveil. Thoughtseize, that feels like it's got to be on the dead side, especially given that I don't have black mana. Is there a reason to try to bluff an attack? Probably not. Yeah, like this is why I think the basic forest was so important. Chandra. So this does some stuff. If it's red, you may cast it. And the -7 is exile the top 5 cards. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem whenever you cast a red spell, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast the spell. You can only cast them until end of turn. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at the opponent's top card. It's a Pyromancer. That's problematic. What we got? Running 6 and a Saga. So what I think I'm going to do here is... Well, so I can actually... If I just ping the Ragavan with the Ren and 6, I can attack the opponent for everything and put them to 1. But then they have a free chump block on a Goyf on Goyf. So what I think I'm going to do is if I send everybody at Chandra... If I send everybody at Chandra and they go like block, Chandra goes to 1, I can ping my Ren and 6 on their Goyf. If that plan doesn't work, at least I still get to kill the Chandra. Like, if they just let it die, what happens? I Ren and 6 ping the Ragavan, they've got Goyf Pyromancer versus my board. That has me ahead. Yeah, let's see if they want to keep their Chandra alive. It goes to 1 for sure. If they go 2 chumps, like I guess they could kill a Goyf like this. I think I have to kill the Goyf. Maybe I didn't consider this specific block well enough. Yeah, I mean, I think I still want to keep the Goyf. To kill the Goyf. I mean, my Goyf dies no matter what. So now it's a matter of, do I want it to be Ren and 6, Channeler Goyf, versus Ragavan, or do I want it to be... Basically, which creature do I want the opponent to keep? Their Goyf block's much better. I think I'm gonna want to kill the Goyf. Surveil. Bin. Ping. Oh, it's a 6/7 now. What added? I'm stupid. That was a punt. Actual factual punt. Because there wasn't creature yet. Oh, there was creature yet. What got added then? Planeswalker? That was just an actual factual punt. That was absolutely horrendous. This is gonna make 2 creatures. Yeah. Sorry to everyone screaming at me through the screen. Bad, bad, bad. Yeah, I lose this game because of that easily. I would have been in a fine spot had I done literally anything else. Can explosives for 1? I guess this gets in. Yeah, I don't want to explosives for 2. Brutal. Surveil. Bin. Yeah. And of course, as I say, I don't want to do it for 2. I put it on 2. I'm just really not thinking. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm like pretty dead now. Alright, we're just dead. Yeah, I punted that game really, really hard. Really hard. Jeez. Alright. Yeah, I just like forgot the glyph was growing, which was fairly obvious. I think I'm just resubmitting. I'm still not super excited about the discard spells, but there just isn't much that I want over it. Yeah, let's just resubmit. And then try not to be an absolute garbage player. Let's go first. Reveal the thing. Yep, this hand's good. Let's go Blood Crypt, Monkey on 1. Then next turn I can get Basic Forest for running 6. Then if they play a 1-mana creature in an attempt to block, I can ping it out of the way. Not ideal against a potential Fury. Thoughtseize is good. Let's lead here. Got to imagine they've got a way to kill the Ragavan here. Zap. Alright, this will be Basic Forest, buy back the Verdant so I can maybe get Basic Swamp. They could Fury, but at that point it'd be a 3-for-1, given that I've gotten this Verdant back. And I'll put a priority on getting my Basic Swamp so I can stop worrying about Moon. Naming red. And there's the Fury, pitching Bone Crusher. I need to start drawing well, and that is not a good start. Alright, so Basic Swamp. Channeler. Into Thoughtseize, Surveil. Another Renin 6. I don't have a land. I don't have a land that is valuable to buy back with Ren and 6. I think this is just gonna go to the bin. I need better action. Oh god. They've got Clothis and Bloodbraid. I think I have to take the Clothis. Not ideal. They get to Bloodbraid here, and then I'm gonna hope they don't hit something insane. I feel like their average hit has to be pretty good. They've got some duds. Oh my god, that is not one of them. I don't know if I can win if I am trading here. The thing is, this Clothis is going to do so much damage so quickly. I think I have to trade to buy time and then try to gain some life with Luris. More lands are not ideal. So now if the opponent has pretty much anything, things will be made difficult. Light up the stage. Okay. That was fairly ideal use of their turn for us. Goyf was an excellent draw. That probably makes me want to not cast something off of the Ren and 6. Goyf is such a faster clock. This can get basic mountain to conserve the life. I could cast the Ren and 6, but honestly, Goyf just hits so much harder. They don't have a Seasoned Pyromancer in the yard. They're exiling Clothis. We still need to have the opponent do a significant amount of bricking. Oh, this is until the next turn, of course. So there goes Luris. For whatever reason, I was thinking that the Fury was only castable until the next turn. That was bad. Need a way to get rid of this Fury. That is not a way to get rid of that Fury. Punt again. Yeah, I should be playing Luris this turn. This is a 5/6. This is indestructible. I guess I pass. And then if they attack with the Fury, I kind of have to block. Taking instant out of the yard. Oh my god, that's the game. We're dead. So we don't necessarily win game 2. Opponent says justice? For what? Okay. Alright, see you for the next one. This hand looks good. We're on the draw, but fine nonetheless. Breeding Pool Hierarch. Interesting. Another Inquisition. I think I'm leading on Inquisition. I kind of want to stymie their fast start best I can. Next turn, I can ideally use the run and 6 to kill their only creature, and Inquisition would make my ability to do that have the highest probability. Let's see. Blood Crypt, say yes. Inquisition. Ooh, it is Infect. We've got lots of Hierarchs and Phyrexian Crusader. I think I'm taking a Blighted Agent. Yeah, probably just taking a Blighted Agent. Go. And then next turn, this run and 6 should be quite strong. Interesting choice to play Blighted Agent over the mana creatures. If I play Ren and 6 here, I can ping the Noble Hierarch. They could then just play another Hierarch and then attack the Ren and 6 to kill it. But that would use their entire turn, and then I could Inquisition and play another Ren and 6, which seems on the strong side. My life total shouldn't really matter a whole lot. Yeah, I think I just want to kill their mana. Like I said, they could play an Exalted Creature, kill a Ren and 6. But then I have another Ren and 6 and another way to interact. Like, they have to kill the Ren and 6 here. Ooh, Unholy Heat is also quite excellent. So this game should be pretty over from this point. I guess Phyrexian Crusader is the way I potentially lose, but they would have to draw back-to-back black sources. Yeah. Alright, so I guess Sultai Infect. Interesting. Discard spells will be good. Alpine Moon is the way to turn off Inkmoth. I guess we want Terminate, we want Abrupt Decay, we want Explosives. I don't know why it's not letting me. Okay, there we go. Probably don't have much use for Nile Spellbomb. I mean, everything else seems great. I think I'm going to take out Kolaghan's Command because it's just the most expensive way I have to interact. It is still probably just fine in the matchup. Don't need Shadow Spear. I guess Pyrite Spellbomb is just about the only thing I need to tutor for. If I run out of Spell Bombs, which is only once, I will probably run out. I'll just have Bobble to get with Saga. You need 2 more cuts then. Maybe it's just a threat and I should really be maximizing on my interaction. Goyf closes really quickly though, and I don't want to cut any 1-mana threats. Yeah, I mean, this matchup does seem excellent. Cutting a spell bomb can't be right. Yeah, maybe it's one threat, and then I'll probably just end up cutting something interactive-wise. Let's cut... I guess, is regeneration ever going to come up? Probably not. Yeah, let's cut the Terminate, I think. There's a good chance the opponent plays something like Spell Pierce, and Decay being uncounterable, I think, makes it better than Terminate. Four lands, no ways to interact. Do not think I can keep. This hand's double Saga, but I will keep it. I'll bottom the second Saga. I'll get Stomping Grounds to cast Sagavan. No one drop. That could mean Veil of Summer, but I don't intend on using a discard spell here, so that's good for us. No point in bobbling them now because they can just shuffle away. Although, I guess now I can bobble. They are playing black, so I suppose that means they could have like sideboard discard spells. So I'm going to bobble in the opponent's upkeep, so I draw the card on my own turn. Gem Razor. Alright, that's a good thing to know about. It's a disenchant. They just scoop it up. Alright, that works. Alright, in the dark, on the draw, we've got 3 threats, 4 lands. Not great. I think I'm going to keep. If it's a mid-range or control deck, this hand is just fine. We've even got the Urza Saga. If it's a combo deck, the hand seems a lot worse. Basic Mountain into Sagavan. Interesting. So I was going to get Basic Mountain to cast this Channeler, but having drawn Abrupt Decay, I think I'm going to get Stomping Grounds. That way next turn I have the option to get my Basic Swamp to decay, because obviously I can't decay off of a Basic Mountain. So Stomping Ground, Channeler, and then attempt to block. Oops. Wrong one. Wastes. Wow. If you had asked me what land they were going to play next, I would not have guessed that. So maybe some kind of Eldrazi deck? We took an Unholy Heat off of the top. Thoughtseize is an interesting one. I could Channeler and Thoughtseize, or I could Decay, or I could Tarmogoyf. I feel like, assuming there's some kind of Eldrazi deck, it's going to be important that I get Goyf into play before they can cast Thought-Knot Seer. So I think the move is to put Goyf into play. The next question is off of what land? I think I'm still going to fetch Basic Swamp and do it. Swamp is going to be casting plenty of spells this game. So let's just go ahead and grab it. Like I'm not going to make it harder to cast my hand if I have a land that only produces black. Lightning Bolt does not kill Goyf, but it will if they want to also trade the monkey. Yeah, Saga's looking a little bit awkward in that it isn't really casting any of my spells. And I don't really have time to start sinking mana into it quite yet. If they attack, I will block. They could have another Bone Crusher, which would be unfortunate. That's unfortunate too. Pitching a Blood Moon. Just casting that Blood Moon would have been very strong for the opponent. This is good too. We 2-for-1'd them, but they are up on tempo by a lot. They flipped the Bloodstained Mire. That's some reprieve, I guess. So they'd hit a spell off of that. That would have been really, really bad. Oh, God. It is the Thought Knot, huh? Reshaper is annoying too, but not as bad as Thought Knot, I suppose. You want to sack your treasures to put a Bone Crusher into play? I think they should. They've got their mana pretty well established. That Spell Bomb doesn't do much. They've got one card left. So I need to play the Channeler. I'll add Sorcery to the yard if it hits anything. Maybe I just need to play Channeler and hold up Decay. And then hope that I hit the Delirium to be able to block. It's not ideal, but it might be the only line I've got access to. So I guess I get basic Mountain here. Makes it hard to cast Luris. But I honestly don't think I'm going to have time to cast Luris. I guess, should I get basic Forest? Yeah, I'll get basic Forest. If I do come back, it would be depressing to just lose to a Blood Moon. Alright, so when the opponent attacks, I will decay the Reshaper, hope to hit Delirium, and then block the Ragavan. I'm blocking the Ragavan almost no matter what. It's just a matter of if my Channeler is going to live through it. If this is a smasher, I'm in a lot of trouble. It's not a smasher. Alright, I guess I do this now. Hope to hit Delirium off of this. Not a creature, not a land on top, please. It's a land. Bummer. Well, at least we're not drawing the land. You'll trigger. Reveal Chalice. Jeez. They just put that Chalice on one, and that makes my day a lot harder. Doesn't matter what they take, they just put Chalice on one. What is this? What am I not thinking of? They're putting Chalice on two? I guess. I'm still gonna block. Yeah, I probably would have just put the Chalice on 1 if I were the opponent. So we do not have Delirium for Unholy Heat. That was a pretty terrible draw. I guess if I find it off of the Spell Bomb. Oh, darn. So I guess the way that I get back now is I have to hope the Saga can get a Shadow Spear out quickly enough. And then start attacking with a large construct with lifelink, or blocking with a large construct with lifelink. I'm going to need to find either a Bolt or an Unholy Heat, or a 1-mana blocker pretty much immediately though. They attack, put me to 7, then put a lethal threat into play. Yep. So, I mean, I can chump for a turn, but I would like the construct to stick around. My 2-drops don't work because of Chalice. There it is. That's what we needed. I mean, it's not ideal, but it keeps us alive. So now I can jump and go to 3. Alternatively, I could create a 1/1 and double block the Bone Crusher. Oh, I need to play my Overgrown Tomb tapped. That's important. Gonna need the mana on near future turns. Reality Smasher makes this a lot easier. Now I chump, go to 2, and nothing gets me back. Alright, Eldrazi. So they do probably play a good number of basic mountains in the deck. So I don't think this is a Void Mirror matchup. For sure I want Kolaghan's Command. For sure I want Terminate. They're playing Chalice, so I mean, discard does get worse. There's no way I'm supposed to Void Mirror here, right? Either even a Blood Moon deck? Yeah, there's no way. Do I want Decay for just more Ragavans? It's also an out to Chalice? Yeah. I could bring in Explosives also as an out to Chalice. Also as an out to multiple 1-drops like Ragavan. Although I guess Ragavan might be their only 1-drop in the whole deck. I have plenty of answers to Chalice. I don't think I'll need any more. Nile Spellbomb doesn't seem like it's going to do anything. Renin 6 does kill Monkey, which is nice. Although it's not excellent versus the deck. Maybe I trim on one of those. Maybe like another discard spell. Sure. This is not gonna do it. This is better. So in the event that the opponent has Blood Moon, I should probably plan on getting basic Forest. So maybe I just Blood Crypt first. I guess Bolt is probably the weakest thing. Although if they play a turn 1 Monkey, I'm going to want to bolt it out of the way. There aren't any aces to get with Saga, but making creatures might just be good enough. I mean, next turn I would love to be able to have the option to play another 1-drop in Inquisition. Maybe it just is Saga. It feels wrong, but given that everything in my hand costs 1, it is something I plan on casting sooner rather than later. I think it might be correct. Especially if my opponent has a hand something to the tune of multiple lock pieces. Like if they've got a Chalice and the Blood Moon, for example, I'm pretty much forced to take the Chalice and leave the Blood Moon, which would make Urza Saga worse. There's the monkey, which makes me happy I kept the bolt. Drew an Urza Saga anyway. Okay, so what I'll do now is get Stomping Grounds and then cast the remaining 1-drops in my hand. Say yes to this. Play a Channeler. Use the bolt, and then off of the treasure that I get from connecting, I can cast Inquisition, and then hopefully by then I have Delirium. And then I just pray that they don't have access to Fury. Glyph. Glyph is good. In the event they do have Fury, Glyph will be just something to do after the fact. I can both play Inquisition. Well, I guess I'm Inquisitioning now, but I'll be able to play Saga, get that going, and play a Glyph. Flipped in a Braid. Trigger again, keep Glyph again. And see that they do have the Fury, but they actually don't have a red card, given that Eldrazi Obligator is devoid. So I think I'm going to take the more annoying card, which is the Reshaper. That they could also cast it next turn off of the Eldrazi Temple that's in their hand. So we want them to not draw a red card. There's the Temple. Cast a 3/1. Okay. We got sorcery, instant land, creature already, so Glyph will be unfuriable. So I think I am going to attack with both creatures into the Obligator. Both of my creatures, especially the Ragavan, are going to be bricked by any creatures they play going forward. So I might as well get the damage in while I can. Oh, they're attacking. I accept. That's good for me. Attack. trigger. What'd I get? Prismatic Vista off the top. That's not useful. Play Urza's Saga. Play Tarmogoyf. So if they attack with Obligator, I have to let it through. Because I don't want Fury killing Goyf as well. So Thought-Knot Seer gets worse now that we don't have cards in hand. If they don't play Thought-Knot Seer, I'm just not going to put Laris into hand. Because then they could Thought-Knot it for free. Gonna have to be careful about how much damage I take in the face of a potential smasher. Just playing a 4/4 now. Yep. Alright, and now my creatures are blanked. Except for Goyf. Goyf is large. I mean, we're gonna have Delirium next turn. Kolaghan's Command is for sure an interesting one. So we have a treasure token. So the first construct we make is actually a 2/2. I don't really have an attack. They just block it for free. I guess I pass. Hold up the Saga activation. I guess I could attack with Monkey. If they block with Thought-Knot, I then get to kill it. But then I'm not activating Saga. So just any red card from the opponent would be a good draw for them. Which is a scary proposition. Fury is a cool card. Beginning of combat. Yep. Okay. So I've got some time to think this through. If I make a 2/2 with Urza's Saga, go Ragavan and token on Thought-Knot, Dragon Rage Channeler in front of Obligator. What does that look like? Looks fine, because then I get to put Shadow Spear into play to start going to town with a Goyf. I mean, I guess they could have like a Bolt or something to break up a double block, which would be problematic. But I mean, they're playing Chalice in the main, so I don't know how many 1-drops they could have. So if I go here, 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 that makes Fury not good. If I don't block this, I go to 5, which means I have to be scared of Smasher forever. I think I like this. Try to trade everything off. Okay, it works. I draw a card. Land, not the worst. So this block means that their Fury does less now. So another Reshaper. Another Reshaper would be annoying, but manageable. They're doing nothing? That's good for me too. This is going to add enchantment to the yard. This can get Shadow Spear. I can then play a land to equip the Shadow Spear immediately. Are they thinking about a Dismember? Apparently not. Make a 6/7 with lifelink. Attack. That was a good hit. Evoking, pitching, Fury. So Fury, pitch, Fury. They didn't want to make it 2/2 for whatever reason. 2 on the glaive, that is. Dashing a monkey. I guess it doesn't block trample very well. They flipped Unholy Heat. It's a 6/7 though. That was almost very bad. Their hand is Smasher, 1 unknown. Alright, they've conceded. Alright. So it is just mono red Eldrazi. Is discard more important now that they're playing Chalice and Blood Moon while they're on the play? I mean, I would really want the first copy, but they are really, really bad going later into the game. I think I'm gonna resubmit. Double Sagas being awkward. If I find a green source, I can cast Red and 6 and hopefully start looping Saga. This hand is a risk, but I can beat a turn. I can beat a Chalice on the draw. It's definitely a risk. Blood Moon is gonna body this hand. But I have to get Blood Crypt first. Mulliganing to a worse 6 is gonna feel so bad, and this hand is already like fine. I would feel a lot more comfortable if one of these Urza Sagas was a different land. God, they're leading on Temple. Uh-oh. Right, I'll turn 1 Inquisition to hopefully not get destroyed by a Chalice. do not have the Chalice. They have Dismember and a Blood Moon. Well, I guess I'm taking the Blood Moon. And then we hope they don't draw the Chalice off of the top ever. They can dismember the first thing. Which is unfortunately always going to be the case. Hopefully they didn't find an Eldrazi to cast here, but it's looking like they may have. They didn't. Okay. Or did they? What's happening? Okay. Alright, and we even drew the forest to get out from a Blood Moon. So I think I want to do this immediately and get the Renin 6 into play. We know they can kill whatever we do now creature-wise. So I feel like it's probably smart to do the thing that doesn't get tempoed, get out tempoed. I mean, I guess I could go like Channeler, which would be a way to play around Chalice. But we do have the Kolaghan's Command. Maybe I should have even just taken the life and gotten Stomping Ground here. In fact, I think I should have. Because then next turn I could have gone Channeler, get Saga going. Or even like get Saga going, hold up Kolaghan's Command. So I think Forest was maybe the worst land I could have gotten. Oh, here's a Thought Knot. Brutal. Yeah, so that land was not a good choice. There goes the Kolaghan's Command. Makes a lot of sense. Even Bolt would be an okay draw here. Goyf's a solid one. I can play Urza's Saga, play Goyf, and play Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's not nothing. Get the Saga going. All in all, a pretty solid draw. I mean, one of these can get dismembered. Not really a way around that. I guess they're going to add instant to the yard, so they can still kill the Goyf with the Dismember. Shatter Skull divides the damage, divides X damage unless X is 6 or more. If they go out the Renin 6, I'm just going to let it happen. Because I don't want to block and then have them dismember my other creature and leave myself with nothing. When this already doesn't kill the Ren. I guess what they could do is Shatter Skull to kill Channeler and the Ren, but I'll have backup Channeler in addition to activating Saga, and that feels like a good spot to be in. Once the Saga leaves, Dismember no longer takes care of the Goyf. So if they use their entire turn to Shatter Skull, I'll be fine. Also, adding Planeswalker into the yard grows Goyf. You're just doing nothing. Wow. Bobble's a good hit, too. Actually, maybe even perfect. So I think I want to play Second Channeler, play Urza's Saga, play Bobble, hold up activation. If I ping something with the Renin 6 here, I can grow the Goyf. Here, let's start here and see how far we get towards Delirium. Don't want that. We've added land. Another Goyf. So if I bin this with the artifact, I will have Delirium. That feels like it's got to be worth it. Get this saga going. Here's the Dismember. I mean, if they hit the Goyf with it, this doesn't work. There's not an instant in the yard. I guess this is happening anyway. They've got Reshaper on top. Alright, I think it's pedal to the metal time. Then I want to leave the land in the yard. I guess they have a land, so returning it is maybe kind of free. We're going to have land getting added next turn one way or another. Thoughtseize is fine. I think we're in the clear, barring something wacky. We know half of their hand and neither of those two do it. Hard cast to Fury. Yeah, I guess taking the land out of the yard was bad in this regard. Yeah. Didn't think of that. They get to kill the Renin 6 as well. I mean, the good news is the Goyf is going to be gargantuan. Kind of can't attack for them. We're at 7-8, only missing Tribal? Really? Alright. I mean, I get to get Shadow Spear here. Which just has me killing them, right? Yeah. Because Goyf is going to trample through for 5, and then the other 3 get dealt by Construct. If they just block Construct, they take 8. Yep, as predicted, first discard spell was very valuable, but the second one would have been very dead. Yep, this hand is acceptable. It's going to be a little difficult to double spell. But all in all, it's got pretty much one of everything. So, no companion, steam vents, channeler. That has me thinking we are up against Murktide. Alright, so they know about Blackleaf Cliffs. I guess we're going channeler. So now they know about nothing because they saw the card that we played. If they give me the opportunity to block, should I take it? Probably not. Yeah, this is looking a lot like Murktide. Kept the card on top. That must have been what they had kept on top, right? I guess not definitely, but I don't really think thinking into it that much is going to do a whole lot for me. Bobble. So maybe I want to use the Pyrite Spell Bomb here, because this is going to be one of the only chances it has to actually kill a channeler. I think that's what I want to do. The next question is, what land do I want to do it off of? I guess I should probably start to get this Urza Saga going, given that I'm not really doing much else with my mana. So let's play Saga. Its trigger will resolve. Play Spell Bomb, and then use it immediately before they have a chance to get Delirium. Then I guess I'll play this here, not waiting to draw a channeler. So I'm gonna have a hard time beating the card Murktide Regent at this stage. I do have an Unholy Heat, but got to imagine that it's gonna be larger than a 6/6. So I'm going to have to hope to dodge them. I guess I could maybe combine some other form of damage with the heat, but their counter spells may make that difficult. And here it comes. Yep. It's large. They have an Unholy Heat. Okay. I mean, I guess another bolt would be fine. I didn't even have Delirium as is. Not sure how I'm going to be able to kill this. In fact, I think I just can't. I guess I'll try to work towards Delirium and try to punch a hole in their hands such that if I find more burn, I'll hopefully be able to kill everything. Alright, let's take Counterspell. And then I guess take Iteration. So their hand is only Lightning Bolt. Monkey. Do I activate this? Make a 2/2? Yeah, I guess I do. Just bolting me. Yeah, I'm dead. Murktide is large. Alright. Terminate coming in. I guess Thoughtseize just is another permission spell that also takes Murktide. Probably want these spell bombs as well. Don't think I want explosives. I guess it is another answer to Alpine Moon. I'm going to bring in Decay as another answer to Alpine Moon. And an uncounterable way to deal with the 1-drops. I guess Lightning Bolt is weaker on average than the other removal spells. Kolaghan's Command I feel is just too expensive for what it does. I think I'm going to cut an Inquisition because Thoughtseize is an upgrade. I think I actually want to just cut another Bolt. If I were on the draw, I think I would cut a Wrenn. But I don't think I can do that here. Maybe I do just cut another Inquisition. Like, the discard's good for getting through counter spells, but I don't think I want too much of it. Like, there's no one spell that I like really need to resolve unless it's like the Terminate on a Murktide. Yes, this is acceptable. Maybe I want to hold the Thoughtseize for a pre-Murktide turn, but Murktide comes down so early, and next turn I want to play a 2-drop. So this might be the best window I have to cast the Thoughtseize. They have 2 Blood Moons. Jeez. Well, given that they have 2, am I forced to try to not care about it? Next turn I get basic Forest, play Wrenn and 6, buy it back, get basic Swamp. So I'll have all of my colors. I guess I'll just take a non-Blood Moon card then. Not Serum Vision, so I guess it's between Channeler and Heat. I guess if I somehow don't get Delirium, I'll maybe want to take the Channeler. Yeah, I'll take the Channeler. Although if they get the Delirium, their Heat can just kill the Wrenn anyway. But then I have Goyf to survive. Yeah, I'll take the Channeler. This also means that they're not going to have something to do on turn 1 that impacts the board. Which, tempo-wise, I feel slightly advantages me more. There's the Serum Visions. I went top. Jeez, Saga is the opposite of what I need. Alright, I guess I hope for no counterspell here. basic swamp. Alright, so now if they do get the Delirium for Unholy Heat, I can Spellbomb them in response to take them off of Delirium. And if they don't use the Blood Moon here, I'm going to play Urza Saga to incentivize them to use it on their next turn, which would advantage me because I'm already ahead on board and they'd be using their entire turn to kill an Urza Saga. If they just jam a Blood Moon here, which they have, that play isn't as good for me. I mean, I guess I could still just play an Urza Saga to put an enchantment in the yard and grow the Tarmogoyf. Thoughtseize is an interesting draw. I should probably just lead on it. Still can't beat Murktide very easily. Blood Moon, Bolt, Heat. So Goyf is 3-4. If I play Urza Saga, we'll be at 4-5, but they can still Bolt and Heat it. Although there's not an instant in the yard yet, so that still doesn't actually work. I guess Iteration is their best card then. Let's just take that. I'll add an enchantment to the yard. Plus targeting nothing. Go. I could maybe be using the Spell Bomb in order to stop a Murktide. Because they could just cast a Murktide, which would maybe be problematic. Although at this stage it would only be a 5-5, which I could heat after adding Spell Bomb to my yard. So I mean, if they tap out for Murktide, I'm not short of an answer. They are heating the Renin 6. That's fine. Renin 6 isn't really doing anything valuable anymore, considering we want this Urza Saga in the yard. Like, I could stop them, but that means that I wouldn't get the card off of Spellbomb. Yeah. So they are on the play where Blood Moon is better, so I don't think they'll necessarily take them out. I think I'm just going to keep it like this. I mean, we typically function pretty alright in the face of a Blood Moon. Like, it cuts off, obviously, a good chunk of stuff. But, I mean, like, we can still Channeler, we can still Ragavan, we can still Bolt and Heat. But, I mean, Moon does still suck for us. Especially because of Saga. Not much I can do about it. Yeah, they're on the play, so I do think they'll be keeping their moons in. Gosh. Yeah. We can answer their 1-drop. We have a 1-drop of our own if they don't have one. We've got a Renin 6. It's Monkey. Alright, well, I probably have to just kill their Monkey. If I go Monkey of my own and then they get mine out of the way in an attack, I fall behind. Channeler. So I could Scry Trick myself, but then I kind of just die to Spell Pierce. They've got Dress down on top. Interesting. I guess that's just another way to deal with Urza Saga tokens. So this will get Stomping Ground. And again, doing this now to play around specifically Spell Pierce. They're looking at my top card. Yeah. So I will draw a card at the upkeep, as will they. Another Heat. That's the card they know about from their bubble. Come on, deck. Yikes. So if they have the Blood Moon here, I'm in a good amount of trouble. I have to play the land first so I don't create the trigger and give them a window to kill Channeler before I cast my Spell Bomb. And I guess I have to pray for no Blood Moon. Don't want another Unholy Heat. Alright, please no Blood Moon. I'm kind of dead to it. Alright, they didn't have it. They didn't have a land either, so they could just have the Blood Moon was trying to find the land. Could we find a land? No. That is brutal. I guess I could dash Monkey. That would at least mean I could create a treasure and then use the Inquisition. Not what I was wanting to do with the turn. Landing a run in 6 would have been very good here, but that doesn't even guarantee it because they could have just like had a counterspell. The card counterspell. Got to imagine they've got a way to interact here. Yep. So the way I believe this dash works with Dress Down is I will keep the Ragavan, but then on the following turn it will bounce. I believe that's how that works. Because it still has the dash applied to it. So it's like the next upkeep that this isn't in play, I think. Yeah, it still has at the beginning of the end step return it. It's kind of like the ability phases out or something. So at my opponent's end step, it should return to my hand. I mean, I have a window where I can stick a Ren in 6, maybe. They go top bottom with the Scries. Alright, now Ragavan should be bouncing. Yeah. Land. Crap. I mean, this is going to give me Delirium at least. I could get a Spell Bomb just to empty the yard and make sure I can't get Murktided. Alternatively, what? I like draw a card with Pyrite. I think I'm just going to pop the Spell Bomb that I have in play and then try to draw a card with Bobble. So I can dash Monkey again with the mana that I have floating. Let's do it. I could just hard cast the Monkey. Well, at least we're both stumbling on mana. Yep. That happens. This attacks. Let's look at your top card. It is a Blood Moon. Jeez. Alright, well, I mean, it's not a land. Guess we'll do this now, too. Don't want to get Murktided. Can I find a land, please? Okay. What is this, like an iteration? Alright, so we know for a fact they're drawing Blood Moon. Spire Bluff. So what I could do is attempt to Inquisition it. I guess I attack first. If I fetch Shock to put a Ren and 6 into play, they just Blood Moon me and then I'm on only mountains. So maybe I need to use the turn to get my basic swamp. Alternatively, I could just play the Bloodstained Mire. If they go for the Blood Moon, I can float the mana, and in response, I can float the mana in response and then kill Blood Moon with it on the stack. Another bolt is bad for me. So I'm hoping they slam a Blood Moon here. I'll fetch Shock in response, float Decay mana in response. Yeah. Alright, well that I can just use an Unholy Heat on. Now they do also have Counterspell available. So if I go for the Ren and 6 and they counter it and then Blood Moon me, I'm just kind of dead. Jeez. Alright, well, I'll give them a reason to play a Blood Moon. This has been a really weird but interesting game. We both stumbled on mana, and now we're kind of in a position where we're playing cat and mouse now that we've each got 3 mana's worth of lands in play and a grip. I mean, the Blood Moon is also just kind of bad for them too, right? Because if they're playing Archmage's Charm, that's hard to cast. If they're playing Counterspell, that's also hard to cast. But if they do nothing, maybe we get this Urza Saga going. Oh, they're just like casting a Murktide for 5. That's a 5/5, right? I guess 3 of our Unholy Heats are gone. Not good. Have to get a Ren and 6 source here. Oh, we drew the Terminate? No way. So the issue now, though, is I'm still soft to Blood Moon. I think I have to take the hit for Murktide. Yeah, I kind of have to take the hit for Murktide. I guess I can go Ren and 6, buy back a Verdant, but then they just slam the Blood Moon. And then any counterspell is bad for me. Murktide was good there. Third run and 6 not being excellent. Because they'll just play the Blood Moon that I know they have, and then I can't win. I run in 6, buy back Verdant, play the Verdant. They tap out for Blood Moon. If I get basic Swamp, I can still terminate the Murktide, but then I'm out of 4. Then I have all these cards in hand and nothing to do. This is a really tough spot. I guess what I could do is I could run in 6, buy back Verdant, play Verdant, hope they only have 1 copy of Blood Moon. Honestly, that seems like the best thing I can do. They have 2 copies of Jace the Mind Sculptor. Wow. Alright, well, I guess I'm taking the Moon. I did not bring in Pithing Needle. There goes the Wren. Here comes the Jace. This definitely feels like it's slipping away. We drew the land, which means I guess I'm just floating mana. Can't even do anything with the floating mana. I guess what I want to do here is terminate the Murktide, stick a Ren and 6 before they get their snare going. And then I have to hope to outvalue their Jaces with my Urza Saga. I think that's the play. So what does this get? I guess it gets Nile Spellbomb as a way to make their second Murktide worse. Black. Red. And then to play Red and 6, I cannot replay an Urza Saga right here. Alright, I have to outvalue Jace the Mind Sculptor with Urza Saga. They play a land, they can just cast a Murktide immediately. I mean, it'll be a 3/3. I guess that slows them down just enough. Cast a 1/1. We don't really know what their hand is anymore because they've been Jacing. They found another Blood Moon. Brutal. Alright, so Urza Saga shut off. That's a little late to the party. Jeez. Yeah, we're dead here. Can't beat that Murktide. Alright, so we are currently 5-2, which means that if we can win twice in the next 3 matches, I will qualify within the first 10 matches. Because again, you need to be 70% win rate within the first 10 in order to qualify. It says 0 lands, so it's a mulligan. This also has 0 lands, so it's a mulligan. This hand doesn't do anything. I guess this is a keep. So I think I'm going to keep land, Inquisition, Goyf. So I guess bottom these 3. And then we'll hope that the opponent is playing a Lyris deck where Goyf is really good. And we're playing against a Lyris deck where Goyf is really good. Let's take the aid. That's the only way the opponent actually has to equip one of their artifacts right now. Alright, I mean, we are not out of it. Goyf hits for more, just a little bit faster, so I think I'll play that one. And pass. So if we can get a little lucky and have the opponent not find a way to equip a creature, then we might be doing alright. I'm going to assume they Stoneforge here. Not sure what they could get. Oh, they found the aid. Brutal. So I am actually just dead. I'm not going to play the Saga, because if I do, the opponent will know that I'm actually just dead. The aid was the perfect one too, because if they had found the Metalcraft thing, they would need double white, and they don't even have that. I guess now they do. You gonna go for it? Yep. Dead. I mean, I mulligan do Oblivion, not much I could do. Kolaghan's Command, Terminate, Abrupt Decay, Alpine Moons, Engineered Explosives. I could bring in Voidmere as a way to counter 0 drops, but honestly, Baubles are pretty good for me as well. And they're going to play their 0 drops before the Voidmere anyway. I think I want to trim a good amount of the discard. Ragavan's probably not getting through very reliably. I think I'm going to cut 2 of them on the play. I think I still want to reliably have a 1-drop. I think I want the Nile Spellbomb for the opponent's Lyris plan. I need 3 more cuts as is. It's not going to be Goyf. It's not going to be another creature. Maybe it's just more discard spells. Like, the discard spells are good for making sure the opponent can't, like, reliably assemble the combo, but if I can break up the combo with a removal spell, maybe that's just good enough. Maybe I should even bring in another Ragavan over the Inquisition. Sure. It's not an exact science. This hand looks good to me. So I'll get a Blood Crypt on turn 1 and use it to play a Channeler. I suppose I could get Basic Mountain in an effort to save my life, which honestly looks pretty good. Pretty much all of the spells in my hand involve being cast for red mana, so Basic Mountain shouldn't really choke cards in my hand all that much. Esper Sentinel is annoying. I think I'm going to let the opponent draw a card if it means I get to put Wrenn and 6 into play. Alternatively, I could use Unholy Heat and then pay the mana. But I think I want Unholy Heat to kill an X2, which Wrenn and 6 is going to have a harder time do. So let's let the opponent draw a card, unfortunately. Will not pay. Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf I think I will be keeping. It's a pretty solid clock. Kill the Sentinel. Get in for 1. And then next turn I can deploy Tarmogoyf and hold up 1 mana interaction. This all seems pretty good. Sagard is aid, yep. And a drum, okay. No creature is good news for me, though. Terminate doesn't really care if they've got a hammer. Get back Foothills, play Foothills, get in for 1. And I should maybe even play the Pyrite Spellbomb here. We know that the opponent can't kill us on their next turn because they don't have a creature in play. And Surveilling seems like it could be useful. So I think I'm getting Blood Crypt here. Yeah, let's get Blood Crypt. Shock it, say yes. Cast a Pyrite after I've shuffled. Land I do not need, we'll bin it. And then I'll cast a Goyf. And then next turn, I can try to initiate interacting with the in-play Spellbomb and then respond with either Heat or Terminate. Another drum, that's fine. Pure Steel. Dangerous. So now if they've got equipment, they should probably just use it to guarantee that they'll draw the card. I don't quite get them playing the Sentinel in this way. I can now Wrenn and 6 it to start a fight for 0 mana. It just works. Interesting. Now that that's gone, I'm probably going to want to be sacrificing this fetch lands, but I also want to be surveilling. I can't get Basic Mountain. I'm going to want all of my colors so I can use red, 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 and black. So I need 3 red sources. This would have to fetch Shock. I guess Stomping Ground is the only thing I can get. I guess we can just lead here and see what happens. Deal? Don't need another land. I guess I want access to my card on the opponent's turn. They have basic planes on top. That's fine for me. Nice. So they have basic planes in their hand. Make a thing. Yeah. I guess they intend on sacrificing the canyon. Should I be using one of my spells here? I guess what I can do is shatter the construct token with the Kolaghan's command and have the opponent discard a card. I think I do want to be using my mana here. So you'll discard a card, destroy an artifact. Surveil. I'll have instant land artifact now. Still instant land artifact. They discard the planes that we knew about. Another channeler. Well, I guess the plan remains pretty much unchanged. I guess this time we get to put Nurturing Peatland into play. And I think I'm going to sacrifice the Peatland at the end step, because I still have 2 ways to interact. The opponent might get like a pyrite, not a pyrite, pithing needle here to turn off Wrenn and 6 or the Peatlands. I'm not going to respond to the Saga going off, I don't think. If they want a pithing needle, it's probably fine. So this will auto-equip here. I still somehow don't have the Delirium, which means I would have to use the Terminate. I think I should do it. I guess if that's the case, I can let them continue with their turn. Don't actually have to do this until end step. And I suppose I could even sacrifice Peatland first to get information. Although I'm not sure what would make me not want to terminate this. So let's just terminate it. Mana Tithe is just like not really a factor ever. But I guess this does play around that. Urza's Saga. That gives me Delirium immediately, and that has me having lethal immediately, so I should probably not get fancy and just bin it. Some Delirium insurance. And that should be game. Yeah. Alright, going to game 3 after a cool game 2, after a not super cool game 1. On the draw now, though, which is definitely worse. I don't think I can bring in the discard stuff, because like, if the opponent does something like turn 1 Esper Sentinel, and I just like look at my hand of a discard spell, I'm going to feel really, really silly. Ragavan's still not super exciting, but maybe just better than discard. Still don't think I can Void Mirror. A bit too slow. Is Pithing Needle worth it? Like, I guess Pithing Needle can turn off Urza's Saga. It'll make mana still. But I mean, it would prevent me from dying to Urza's Saga. It prevents Pure Steel Paladin, because Pure Steel Paladin gives the equipment the ability. Or it's Pure Steel Paladin has the ability. It doesn't give the equipment the ability. And I guess it also stops like Ink Moth. It's probably just fine. Shuts off my... If I name Urza Saga, it would shut off my own as well. A little bit of a double-edged sword. But I mean, their Urza Sagas are probably better than mine on average. So I could definitely see a situation or I would want to name it. Ooh, this hand is controversial. So I have the 1-drop and I have the Wrenn and 6, but I have a bunch of lands that don't really do anything. I think I have to mulligan this because like the Ragavan is just pretty much is very unlikely to get in. Like I would think this Ragavan would be a good turn 1 play if I had a way to back it up. But this is just, it feels so unlikely that it gets in with the rest of the hand, and like this Wrenn and 6 on the draw by itself is just not going to be fast enough. If I draw a red source, this hand is fantastic. If I draw a red source, I'm casting Unholy Heat on one. Ditch a monkey. Giver. Yep. Red source. Red source. Perfect. Okay. We're live. Guess I want to cast this before they put a spell bomb or something. A sentinel into play. Is there any reason to wait on Unholy Heat? I guess they could be playing a protection spell, which means I'd want to just knock this out now. I guess I could target them. We've got Canyon on top. Let's just no funny business this. And then hopefully, if they are going to play a creature next turn, it's an X1. If it isn't, maybe I just play Tarmogoyf. So, okay, so now Urza Saga is no longer an issue. So now we hope they play Urza Saga. Alright, Canyon is the one we knew about. Sanctifier. Yeah, I mean, we've got outs to it. I guess I cast a Tarmogoyf as a 2/3. I don't think I want to get the Urza Saga going quite yet. So if I play Urza Saga now, I can't actually play Goyf at all. So I guess that means I'm going to go Peatland. Goyf. Which does get to block. There is the Saga. So Alpine Moon is going to be good. That's annoying. So Saga can get Pyrite Spellbomb, which is a way to deal with the Sanctifier. Let's get Shadow Spear. Although Shadow Spear could complicate that. They just make their Sanctifier a 3/3. Okay, well now I can deal with the Shadow Spear, assuming I find a mana source for it. I think I have to go for the Urza Saga play immediately. Oops. Urza's Saga. Urza Saga will go away. Then I can play my own Urza Saga. And pass. Okay, we've got a game on our hands. Disenchant. I suppose. Interesting they hit that instead of the Alpine Moon. I mean, we're maybe doing okay here. So, I mean, I guess I could name Inkmoth. What I think I'm going to do, though, is I think I'm just going to get this Renin 6 into play and buy back the Saga. That seems great. Kind of ate their disenchant. All right, we've got a game. Canyon. That's a redraw. Luris to hand. I can Unholy Heat the Luris. Channeler is not the worst, although I almost don't even want to play it because then I don't have. Then I won't have mana to play my to activate my Saga. So I guess next turn they'll play Luris, play Giver of Runes off of Luris. I'll be forced to Unholy Heat the Luris. Can't really attack because then they have an attack on my Ren. I guess I'll keep plussing and defending it. And then I'll plan on activating Saga. Here comes Luris. Here comes Giver. And I should probably still be activating Saga here. I can always Unholy Heat on the turn coming up. Should probably get my creature. It's good that I get to see the card that I draw before making any decisions. Engineered Explosives, huh? I guess this can get Pyrite Spellbomb immediately. I don't think I'm spending any mana. I think I'm just gonna make a mana like this. Then this can get the Pyrite, but I still have to kill the Luris immediately. So this will get Pyrite Spellbomb. I can then Unholy Heat the Luris. Buy back the Saga. Play the Saga. And then I guess I should probably play the Explosives. If I put it on 1, I take out my own Alpine Moon, which could then open me up the Saga again, but I do have a backup Moon. It would kill the opponent's Giver and the opponent's Shadow Spear. And would make my Construct a 3/3. So the opponent will have Giver of Runes active now. Which means I need to kill that first. They get a hammer. I mean, we're in the danger zone now. My mana situation has not been kind. I mean, the explosives on one does also deal with the hammer, as well as the giver. Yeah, they still don't have an attack. That's true. Could I draw a mana source, please? Nope. So the timing on this is a bit awkward. If I go for the pop on the explosives, I no longer have the pirate spell to kill the sanctifier, so I guess I still have to do it in a way that's not super enticing. I guess I just plus. Say go. And then at the end of the turn, I'll pop explosives. Okay. I guess they're doing this to keep Ren off of ultimate. Okay. I mean, I guess if this is happening, it's happening. I guess if Spellbomb is dying anyway, might as well do it. They'll give it protection. And then I'll do this now to prevent a damage on Ren. Keep it at 6. So we know the opponent has a hammer. Drew a bobble. Just can't draw a land for my life. I guess if the opponent has the 1 mana enchantment and a hammer, I die to the Ink Moth. Unless what? I guess I could name Ink Moth with Alpine Moon. It's not ideal. I guess I'll just do this. I can then Pithing Needle naming Ink Moth. Yeah, right, that does work. Can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Ink Moth, Nexus. Alright, I guess it's time to start attacking. Okay, I have the Alpine Moon for that. mean, we know they have hammer. The good news is they can't equip at instant speed. This is going to draw a card, which is really annoying. They also don't have Ink Moth. They don't have Metalcraft. That's their first artifact. They can't activate Ink Moth to make it an artifact. Oh gosh. I guess now if they have another artifact, they'll have it. That's another artifact. So now they can equip both. I have to chump. Yikes. What do you have on top? Stoneforge. I guess this blocks more damage. Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh, I have this block was happening anyway, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I guess if I can get Pure Steel out of the way, I have a lethal attack. Right? If I can get Pure Steel out of the way, I have a lethal attack. I get to draw 2 cards here. Does that do it? I think that does it. Right? I get basic swamp. Go to 1. Ping them. I guess they could pop Tormod's Crypt becomes the issue. Right? So now if I attack both, I just die. Right? I mean, the only other option is double chump. They can pop Crypt, target themselves. I only have land artifact. They would take 4, go to 3. I mean, my only other move is to just not attack. Yeah, I have to hope they don't see it. That mana situation just was not kind. Brutal. Luris versus Luris. 2 Unholy Heats, 2 Baubles, 1 land and a run and 6. If I find a second land in the top 4 cards, this hand becomes very good. scry trick myself. Another heat. Don't want that. Bobble them now on their turn in case they have a discard spell. I don't want them having access to this extra card. Alright, well, we did find the land, so that's the good news. Hopefully they play an X1 here, and then we can ping it with Run and 6, which may end up having us pull ahead. Okay, they do have the discard spell, unfortunately. Luckily, we've got multiple ways to deal with another threat. Got to imagine they're taking the Run and 6 here. So they did not play the land that we knew about, so we still know they've got a Bloodstained Mire. Goyf is an interesting draw. I think I'm going to go with Inquisition, and if the coast is clear, I can then get Stomping Grounds for Ragavan. We've got Kolaghan's Command, Shadow, Shadow. Alright, so they've got Fetch Land in play, Fetch Land here. So they can take 6, put themselves at 9, which would have themselves with 2 Death Shadows at 4/4 apiece. But you could always just Kolaghan's Command to buy it back is the issue. I think I have to take the Kolaghan's Command. This lets them be really efficient with their mana, which I am not excited about. But we've got Delirium. We can Unholy Heat at least one of them. So I'm going to assume they go Shadow, Shadow. It is in fact John's Shadow, which was kind of given away by the Wooded Foothills, but I suppose it could still have been Grixis. Found a Scourge, jeez. Saga is a decent one. Saga means I can heat something and deploy Tarmogoyf. So which should I heat? So if I heat the Shadow, that can't turn out good for me, right? So if they don't find a way to damage themselves and they just play another Shadow, they kind of don't have any attacks, assuming the Goyf can just stonewall this Shadow. Thing is, if they find any burn spell, or I even have to sack a fetch land, the Scourge goes out of range. So I think I have to heat the Scourge. With Kolaghan's Command as a leftover. So Goyf is a 6/7. So if I attack with Tarmogoyf, I could potentially put the opponent to 3, which would mean they need to fear Lightning Bolt. If they double block the Tarmogoyf, I can Kolagun's commands to finish off the second one. And then the board would be Ragavan versus nothing. That assumes they have no ways to interact. So if I attack, they don't block. That sucks for me. I could block, but then I'm dead to removal. I guess no, because I can activate Saga. There's no way they just single block, I don't think. Thing is, if I pass and they find a fetch land, I no longer have a good block. And then I'm dead, pretty much dead to removal anyway. I think if I'm going to make a move, it's now. Single blocking. Did they draw a bolt and they're gonna bolt themselves? I don't think I was beating a bolt anyway. So there's obviously already instant in the yard. So I still get to kill the shadow, and I guess buy back the Goyf. So, I mean, even if they draw nothing here, they can put Luris to hand. Checking their own. If I don't block, I'm forced to jump next turn. I think that's okay. This is probably Luris to hand. Yep. You'll draw the card, I'll draw a card. I find a land. So I can activate the Saga and still play Tarmogoyf. I guess if I get Nile Spellbomb, I can turn off the Luris plan. But I wouldn't really draw a card because I would probably still want to get the Goyf into play. Nile. So do I even attack then? Yeah, I'll intend on blocking with the construct. What do I get? Battle Rage? Well, I guess that means I'm not just dead, huh? I'll pop Spellbomb first. In case I find a way to kill this shadow. Don't know what it would be though. That doesn't really do it. Here's a Goyf. That's a good sign. I guess that means they're not intending on playing Luris here. Make the block. You got more than one Battle Rage? Apparently not. And the Scourge. Scourge is quite large. I mean, if I just go threat. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just go threat. I guess I could have tried to connect there. Would have put them to 2, but then I'm dead to any removal spell. This way I'm not dead to any removal spell, but it doesn't look good. One card in hand is Luris. The other 2 are unknowns. Is it jam time? It's jam time. So go to block. So if I block like this, either one of my follow-up threats is lethal. Could have, I guess, like put the 3/3 in front of Shadow and a Glyph in front of Shadow, but then they get to kill Glyph and I don't necessarily have a lethal crackback. I guess I don't have a lethal crackback with Luris in play either. I guess I currently do, actually. Because like they're at an effective 7 with the lifelink, but the Glyphs do 7 apiece. Okay. So Jund Shadow with Scourge of the Skyclave. Terminate. Abrupt Decay. Engineered Explosives. Nile Spellbomb. Honestly, I'm not thinking I want the next Kolaghan's commands. Just take out the 6 discard spells. Do I want this Kolaghan's command over something like 3rd Nile Spellbomb? The Nile Spellbombs are good, but they're not fantastic. Like this has got to be like an excellent top deck, but even a Nile Spellbomb is a more than okay top deck. I think while I'm on the draw, Kolaghan's command just doesn't really do enough. Yep, this is acceptable. We're hoping to avoid drawing more lands. 3 is about as much as I can handle. I guess Saga would be okay. They did mulligan once. And Thoughtseize, okay. Yeah, I typically like taking these kinds of cards out in these matchups, but the opponent is playing Death Shadow and Scourge, so it may just be necessary for them. They took the Engineered Explosives. I would not have guessed that. Alright, we were hoping to avoid lands. Unfortunately, we did not. There's an argument to playing Channeler here because they didn't take the monkey, so like you got to assume they've got an answer to the first thing, or at least they've got a way to block it. And if it's if what they have is a way to block it, then maybe I should have played the Channeler, so that way I can at least get some surveilling going. And then I'm going to try to stay at 20 life or above, so that way they cannot play a Scourge. It's a lot of lands. Alright, I will accept the trade if you would like to trade. Which they probably should do. And again, I'm going to attempt to make it so that the opponent cannot play a Scourge and stay at 20 life. Now I hope they have a discard spell. Backup threat is fine. Yeah, if they don't have if they have discard spells, they actually just brick, which would be good for me. Come on, cast an Inquisition or something. Damn. Is this a shadow? Yup. I'll put a basic swamp fetching land into play and cast Tarmogoyf, which for the time being is larger than Shadow. Fetch land would change that though. And if I continue to draw blank, I'll have Luris, but so will the opponent. Brutal. I can turn off Delirium after they attack by using the Spell Bomb, and then I can eat the Channeler for free. Jeez, more lands. I guess to put Luris into hand, I kind of have to let the opponent play their 1/1 at some point. So the current plan is after the opponent is forced to attack, I can take them off of Delirium and then eat the Channeler with the Tarmogoyf. I guess if they have Unholy Heat, this would give them a good window with which to use it. Terminate's not a bad find. There's not yet an instant in the yard, so not even a bolt would kill this Tarmogoyf. I guess they're trying to figure out if they want to spew off an instant just for purposes of surveilling. Alright, well this is not going to work the way they want it to. Unless I'm missing something. Goyf is going to become a 4/5 with 4 damage on it. Okay, so yeah, they wanted to double up on it, I guess. So Goyf will become a 5/6, but with 6 damage on it. If you're gonna do it, now's the time. Yep. So they have not yet put Luris to their hand. So this is gonna be a turn where I get to put Luris into play and recast a creature. Seems like it's got to be good for me. Here is Luris. Here's Goyf. And if they attack, I'll snap off a block. Time to put Luris to hand. So here I get to, I guess, terminate the shadow, play a Renin 6, play a Channeler, to kind of do it all. Yeah, this is 8 power. I'm not missing lethal, am I? I do have lethal. Yeah, because I terminate shadow, fetch shock, dash Sagavan from the yard. That's 10. Alright, so we are 7-2, which means that this next match is for all of the marbles. And we have an acceptable hand. So, the opponent has mulliganed once with no companion. So I think what I'm going to do here is probably just go ahead and fetch shock Blood Crypt here. Yeah, let's fetch shock Blood Crypt and get a Channeler into play. Say yes. And here is a Channeler. And then next turn, I'll have the option between Inquisition and Renin 6. Utopia Sprawl. Interesting. They chose white. So this looks more like some sort of Omnath deck than it does something like Ponza. I think I'm going to want to get this Renin 6 into play. Surveil. So I'm going to start surveilling with just like a value town pile in mind. Bin that, contribute to Delirium. I almost wonder if I shouldn't put the Wooded Foothills into my hand. And in fact, I think I won't. Because that's going to be one of the things that probably helps me get to Delirium. And I'm going to be using my land drops for Urza's Saga at least the next turn or two. Another forest. Oh, it's Enchantress. Okay, well I can't say that I know how this matchup is supposed to go. But if I get Delirium here, I can just Unholy Heat that thing and call it a day. Trigger. Alright, we do in fact get Delirium. So they've got Destiny Spinner, Enchantress's Presence, Solitary Confinement. Skip your draw skip. So Solitary Confinement doesn't work unless they have a draw engine in play. I don't think I care about the Destiny Spinner. That's their win con, but it doesn't come up until later. So I think I'm taking probably just Enchantress's Presence, and then I'll probably Thoughtseize the Sterling Grove. Which means I guess I'm not playing a Saga here, because I do want to Unholy Heat the Selesnya champion. I'll Surveil again. Looking for more threats now. That counts. Oh, I guess I'm shuffling. So, what do I value more? The Goyf or getting rid of the Sterling Grove, which says sacrifice it, search for an enchantment, put it on top. I think I need to Thoughtseize that. I'll get Overgrown Tomb, go to 10. Surveil again, and then I guess this time hope to find a threat. Not that. So this is pay 4, make an XX for until end of turn. Interaction, please, or a threat. That's neither. Here's a Saga. We've got more than one land in the yard. I can get one for free. Then I can put Luris to hand. They found the land. Going at the Ren. That makes some sense. So just to recap, target land becomes an XX with haste, Rex the number of enchantments you control. Okay. So including itself, it would be a 2/2. Come on, deck. Jeez. So here, I can cast the Luris, which is honestly bigger than the Saga. It's just a matter of the Saga is going to end up having a pair of 3/3s, which feels like it's got to be a little bit better. Oh, I should have played other Saga there. Let's get a second one going. That was really bad. Let's ping. And then I'll plan on activating Urza Saga. So this is not going ideally. They've got Solitary Confinement, no draw engine in play, and 2 unknowns, one of which is fresh. So that makes mana equal to the amount of enchantments. X mana of any one color. Okay. Going there. Yep. You can take the hit, run. Activate. So we will actually be presenting lethal if we get Pyrite Spellbomb. So that feels like it's got to be the move. And they've just conceded. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, Enchantress. It's a weird one. Alright, terminate. Abrupt Decay. I guess Pithing Needle. Engineered Explosives has to be good. I don't think Spellbomb is what we want to be doing, so I think it's just these. Terminate, obviously, just for the various creatures, but maybe the removal spells that I have already are enough. This card doesn't seem like it's going to do a whole lot. Maybe I should just cut it. I need 4 more cuts. I'm kind of on the fence about how good the discard is going to be. Like, taking the cards that say draw cards has to be very good. Renin 6 is looking on the weak side, especially on the draw. I think I'll cut 1. I think the 1 mana removal is just going to be better than something like Terminate. Let me look up a Modern Enchantress list. Modern Enchantress. See if there's anything I'm not thinking about. Yeah, just like a bunch of cards that say draw cards. That's pretty much it. Are there any X ones in the deck? There are not. Maybe I just cut down all the way to 1 Ren. That honestly seems fine. Ren is killing like actual nothing. Maybe I should be cutting Nile Spellbomb. There's got to be a situation where it comes up. I'm looking at just like a very generic list. If I can guarantee a red land where on top, this hand would be good. But it does next to nothing otherwise. Jeez. I mean, I'll keep this. We have Inquisition into Tarmogoyf. And if we find a red land, we're kind of off to the races. They mulliganed as well. The deck list that I'm looking at is playing Leyline of Sanctity. There's the Sprawl, naming white. So here I will hope to nab one of their draw card spells. They have Rest in Peace, 2 Presences, and a Blood Moon. Jeez. Well, Rest in Peace is going to be pretty effective at getting rid of my stuff. And I have my 2 basics, so the Blood Moon isn't even that good. Enchantress's Presence is redundant. I think I'm just taking the Rest in Peace. And then going to try to go to town with this Tarmogoyf. And then if they don't find lands, they stumble. Oh, they drew another. Jeez. Alright, well, I mean, red land? Another goat. Would have preferred they'd drawn a land. Shit. There it is. Well, not now. Now I don't want you to draw a land. We need to find Abrupt Decay, like, immediately. There's 2 of them. I guess Saga is a card that doesn't get completely shut off by Rest in Peace. Yeah. I think they've drawn like back-to-back perfects. I mean, if I draw a red land, that is something I can kill. Has to be now, though. Okay. Okie dokie. This will get Blood Crypt. I can still activate the Saga here. That was a good draw. I guess they still get the opportunity to Blood Moon should they find a red land. They have not found a land. That's good news. I mean, their bottleneck right now is mana. So what do I get here? I guess Pithing Needle doesn't really do anything. I guess Shadow Spear is just the thing that increases the clock. So I guess it's that. Attack for 3. They no longer have that copy of Presence in Hand. They've played it. Alright, they're finding mana now. Blood Moon says draw 2, which is bad for me. I guess they're not planning on casting it, though. Alright, and Sterling Grove has to get... the Solitary Confinement. It has Shroud. Lose Hexproof and Indestructible. Not quite the same thing. Equip. I'm gonna try to crunch through. I guess these don't really do anything. So if they sacrifice the Sterling Grove, I can use the treasure to cast Unholy Heat to try to cut them off of mana again. That also will have Shroud via Sterling Grove. Backup Sterling Grove. There's the Solitary Confinement. You have Shroud, prevent all damage. Yep. That second Rest in Peace off of the top was really unfortunate. It almost makes me want to bring in this other Thoughtseize, but if the opponent has Leyline of Sanctity, I'm going to be big sad. This doesn't do anything, right? I mean, maybe it's just better than Nile Spellbomb. Nile Spellbomb would also have to target the opponent. Alright, please no Leyline, I guess. Go first. Reveal. Yep, this has to be good. We've got turn 1 Monkey. And we've got a way to deal with some number of problematic enchantments. And we've got quite the clock as well. Obviously, we're not going to want to be setting this explosives to 1. I have double Leyline. Well, I guess I'm glad I've got the draw that has no discard spells. They mulliganed and put 2 Leylines into place. I mean, as far as resources are concerned, they're kind of on the low side of things. Do you have the Sprawl? It appears they do. So it was a good mulligan for the opponent. Urza's Saga is interesting. Let's, I guess attack. The funny thing is we can actually put in explosives on 4 because of Ragavan's treasures. So, do I want to use the treasure token here to make red red so I can get the saga going? I don't think so. I think I want to get both channelers going while keeping the treasure. That is a rest in peace. So I could put the engineered explosives on 2. But honestly, with the clock that I have, I think I just need to make sure that they don't get any draw engines going. So I think I'm gonna lead on an attack. There is a draw engine. So I have 5 mana here. I could put the explosives on 4 now. If I want to get the saga going, I'd have to sacrifice both treasures to do so. But I mean, keeping the treasures in play means that the Urza saga can get quite large. Do I want to cast a Sithis? No, I would have to use a treasure. I think I'm just going to play an Urza saga and say go. I guess putting Luris into hand is free. This is a weird turn of events, but I think it's good. Growth. Cantrip. Nothing else, huh? Bobble. I mean, that's at least a surveil too. I mean, they're not actually going to the yard, but it's kind of a scry. Don't need that. Looking for relevant ways to interact. That does not count. I cannot target them with the bobble because of the ley lines. So I guess I kind of actually want to leave this in play for the Urza saga, right? So we're attacking for 4 here, puts you to 9. And then the one that I attack with next turn, if it's a 5/5, I can kill them. So, yeah, this will make it exactly a 5/5 if I don't want to put explosives on 0. Let's go to attack. Trigger. Sanctum Weaver. Land. Oh, I forgot I was making another treasure. I guess now the timing doesn't matter. Sure. So it's looking good as far as I can tell. Untap. Goif. Thinking. So if I float a mana, I'll have 2 lands to put. So if I float a mana and tap a mana, I can put a Shadow Spear on the construct and have 2 lands left over. If I put a Shadow Spear on the construct, it's a 7/7 with trample. It hits for 5 plus 4, that's 9. So this should be lethal. All right, and they've conceded. Nice. So we do get the qualification within the first 10 matches. Pretty stoked about that. Let's pull over the ManaTraders window real fast to show everyone. Refresh. So I did have that one really egregious error in match 4, and I for sure didn't play super optimally in a few other spots, but all in all the deck bailed me out, so pretty excited about that. And I hope you had a good time watching the video. If you did, make sure to leave that thumbs up, and until next time, have a good one.